All right, let's get started here. All right, getting a new 4-hour candle starting here at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Looking at our options here, I think I mean, uh, I think for the week, I think these draws on liquidity down here to me stick out. So it's previous week low. I got this marked as a major sell side liquidity level. You also have a weekly and daily fair value gap down in there that has already been tapped um, previously, but nonetheless, some bullish support for maybe it to turn around from there. Um, but in the short term, in the immediate short term, we're obviously bullish. Um, Looking at the 4 hour, to me, this just looks like it's grinding higher. Looking at where it's going to potentially be tested first is this daily fair value gap for me. Both indices have that. I forget that my picture is in on my NQ chart or over it. Sorry about that. So these are the levels I was talking about. Make sure everyone can see them. Put it up there. All these clusters of lows here on the daily, and then you also have this daily fair value gap. NQ on the daily looks very similar, still driving towards a fair value gap. NQ is definitely kind of leading the bullish charge. Now, what do I want to see to get involved during London session? So I'm gonna know pretty quick whether or not I'm gonna trade this session or I'm just gonna call it and wait till New York AM. Basically, what I'm wanting to see is since we get the new 4-hour candle at 2 a.m., which we're 9 minutes into that. So you can see here on my chart, um, we got the 4-hour open mark on both. Let me get this down to the 1 hour. So what I'm wanting to see from here is if I take a look at this hourly dealing range that I'm currently in. So right at this 50% would be my equilibrium. We have a 1 hour fair value gap down into here. That's bullish. Uh, that's bullish. We just ran through this bearish fair value gap that we made in New York PM yesterday. So now that is an IFEG. I also have the dealing range uh, from this high to this low shown shown here, this 50% here. So you can see that we've ran through equilibrium and it's maintaining price above it, which is showing me that short term it's doesn't want to come down. So for the 4-hour candle, well, what I would want to see is, as always, the most important thing that we all have to do in this line of business is we have to align where we believe the market's going and when it's actually ready to take that move, right? You can say all day, hey, I think this is going to go to this daily fair value gap today. You can say that all day and you're probably right. But what's the hard part about trading? Well, this thing can do a whole bunch of stuff before it actually gets there. And you can be trying to long this thing all freaking day, trying to wait for this move, and you're losing in the meantime. So the way that I deal with this, the way that I try to make sure that I am only entering when the market is setting me up, showing me that it's likely to move aggressively in that direction towards what I believe that it's going to target today or for this session or whatever. The way that I do that is I want to buy. So if the 4 hours opening here at 2 a.m., I really want it to start in the opposite direction that I want to trade. So I would really want this one, I mean 1 hour candle too. You could do it off either one really, but so 1 hour candle or the 2 a.m. 4 hour, same thing at the 10 a.m. in New York AM, right? Same concept. You want it to open opposite of you, right? And then you look, zoom in on your time frames and you find likely spots that maybe that low wick could manipulate into. And then you want to be a buyer in this setup somewhere on this wick once you see the trend reversing. And what that's showing you is if that candle continues and it's showing you extension, that 4 hour candle will ultimately look something like this. Why is this important? Because we're not only getting involved because we have a good draw on liquidity, we're also getting involved because the market is showing us by the formation of the 4 hour candle or 1 hour candle that it's likely ready to move in that direction. That's how I've learned to best align myself with uh, my target and timing. So right now, as the candle has now been open for about almost 15 minutes now, we're not obviously not getting anything impulsive. That's what we want. We want something impulsive in the opposite direction. So in this case, we're trying to look for buys going into the daily fair value gap. That's our draw. That would be our draw on liquidity for this trade in this session. Um, But as of right now, you see how this has a let's see. So this is the 2 a.m. candle, the 15-minute 2 a.m. candle, right? So this is the price action since this thing started. This is a very little wick, right? This is not getting me into a position. I need something that's impulsive, that's showing me that they are liquidating people. I want to get in on the manipulation. If this thing just sits here and just kind of grinds slow, right? That not saying that that trade won't work because I think the daily fair value gap's a great draw on liquidity, but that's a little too aggressive for me. I want to be I want to trade less heavier with more size and rather than trade a ton of B plus setups. I want the setup. I want the setup of the day. So we should know here pretty quick whether or not we're going to get a trade. Not sure where you guys viewing this or located around the world. I think that's a cool part of trading is, people are doing it from all over the world and we, have something in common. Um, but for me, uh, it is 2 a.m. in the morning. So if this thing just kind of grinds slowly higher, I probably will just turn it off but we're still early on. I'll probably give it at least like the first hour because anybody in the ICT world, has probably definitely heard of AMD. So on these candles, as they start, you can a lot of the time see, some kind of accumulation. Then you get that impulsiveness. So sometimes that accumulation can run, half an hour or an hour, maybe a little more of that 4 hour candle. But you definitely want to see something to show either one, impulsivity down, which would be incredible because that's what we really want. Or at the bare minimum, you want to see it at least kind of stick into a range. That's why I was trying to describe, like, if this thing just keeps cooking slowly up here, then I'm probably less interested in it. Um, what I would obviously like to see is just get the impulsivity directly off the 4 hour open. We're not really getting that. So what I'm hoping for now is we get some sort of accumulation kind of going. Um, maybe a little upwards, but just kind of getting us more into a sideways consolidation temporarily, showing me that kind of beginning stages of an AMD model of the 4 hour candle. But the strategy the strategy is not based on just how the 4 hour candle's forming. The strategy is based on using, understanding of structure, understanding of ICT, concepts, where is the draw on liquidity at? Um, where is the candle likely to manipulate into if it is going to give me that draw on liquidity? All that is completely separate from just how the candle forms. The candle formation to me is important because that helps me kind of double check, like, hey, I really like this setup. I think this is a good target. I think this is a good trade. But is the market ready to move there? That to me, watching how the candle's forming, I think improves my odds um, to be getting in at the time in which the market wants to move where I'm aiming. Because for a while I would get, hey, I think today the swing high up here, I'm just making a random example, but I would say, okay, this swing high looks very, very obvious that it's going to get hit. And I was usually right, but my problem was even when I wasn't profitable in this yet was I would trying to aim at something that was good that did end up getting hit, probably 8 out of 10 days, that target would get hit at some point in that day. But the timing to get into that move is a whole nother animal of trying to figure that part of this out. And to me, that's been my most successful way. So we really don't have perfect structure for a traditional, well, I guess we do. So I would consider this here would be our Asia low. I don't see us sweeping this low with the current structure of this thing. This would probably maybe get left for later today, like in New York, or maybe the next day or something. I do think these lows get hit before we go back to all-time highs because there are daily levels, daily lows down here jammed up, just a few ticks from where we were. Of course, we could always leave them, but to me, relative equal lows like that on the daily chart usually get taken. So um, I would say kind of on the longer time frame, maybe the next 3 days, I would look for us to play into this daily and then ultimately get delivery down here. And then once we had that, then I think the argument that do we go back up from there becomes very probable. Oops. So NASDAQ is being a little more bullish. I can go ahead and clean up this chart a bit. I don't know. It looks pretty slow and steady on up there. I just To me that's just not enough wick to buy. And you'd be making a four right now, you're gonna open this up for the 6 a.m. candle, you're gonna have that as a 4 hour fair value gap. But if we get the low wick, it would take that inefficiency out before this candle would close. It would eat down into here and close that if we get it. The problem is if you buy here, you just have nowhere to stop. That's that's the difference in trading futures and just like trading shares. If you're trading shares, you just buy here and then, hey, if I gotta hold a couple days until I go and profit, then that's fine. But futures, man, you can't hang on to these things and draw down. There's just nothing to do. There's just nothing really to do. I think that gets hit? Yep, I do. I mean, you could make the assumption that, hey, I think if this gets hit, I don't think the 4 hour is gonna flip bearish again and put your stops. That's about a 1-to-1 right there. So that's not terrible. Depends on what you're taking. If you're trading like an eval or something, then maybe that wouldn't be bad. Because it could absolutely just keep grinding higher into that fair value gap. For me personally, on my funded accounts, I need some manipulation to get in. I'm eyeing uh, hmm, what I'm eyeing currently is we have some of this off the chart. So we got a dealing range here. So here's our equilibrium of that current range. We got a fair value gap right here and this 1 hour right here. I I would really like if this thing would have opened bearish into one of these and then started getting this 1 and 5 minute confluences for higher. That's what I really want. If we get that trade, that thing's going to that daily fair value gap, 100%, and I'm gonna smack it. Absolutely smack it. Uh-oh, here we go. I like that. I like that high wick on the 15. We need this thing to push on down back through here, let's get this off the chart so no one's confused. We want this thing to cook on down past the 4 hour opening price here. Why do we want that? For anyone that just jumped in, we want to see, here's our 2 a.m. 4 hour candle for 26 minutes into this candle's formation, what I want to see is I want it to open, right? And I really want to see it manipulate in the opposite direction as what I'm actually aiming at. What that's showing me is that it's liquidating people in the wrong direction to give itself um, the liquidity to be able to get up to here. And then what we would look to do is just buy on that wick as it's turning around and take our trade into the daily fair value gap. We're using the 4 hour and technically, I guess, the 1 hour. I mean, they're kind of the same thing. 4 hour holds a little more weight for me, but same concept. We're using those to we're confident in where we're aiming. We're confident that that's going to get hit today. We want to use the 1 and 4 hour candle formation, how it's forming, what it's showing us to say whether or not the market is ready to move to the point in which we're aiming. You ask yourself this the simplest way that you can look at this stuff. The simplest thing you can say to yourself is, what do I need if I'm aiming at this daily fair value gap right here? What do I need this next hour or this next 4 hour candle to look like? Well, I need I need it to extend in there, right? If this is what my candle ends up looking like, something like that, where is the best place for me to get involved, right? It's on the wick. If it's not giving me this setup where it's going lower and clearly into a inefficiency, or if even better, if it's a 4 hour starts and sweeps liquidity, like if I was down here, uh, like say like this one, this bullish candle, like it's starting off and like sweeping the last 4 hour low or something like that. And I had other things that I was aiming at to give me context to go higher. I would like to buy off that wick too. It doesn't necessarily have to be he wants to buy wick, the low wick on a bullish trade. He wants to buy the low wick of the 4 hour or the 1 hour candle in a fair value gap. It's not really limited to that. I just want to see some sort of manipulation, whether that's sweeping out, the last low of the last 4 hour candle, maybe a swing point, sweeping it out, um, or filling in an inefficiency. Want to see the manipulation. I want to see people getting liquidated in the um, that goes in the favor of my trade. This is a direct me versus not necessarily you, but you know it is you against the person on the other side of the screen, right? So I want to use every tool in my toolbox to make sure that I'm getting in and in very optimal locations for me where that I can one make profit obviously, but also be able to tell pretty quickly if something's not moving right or if it's not looking good, where I can, minimize my loss. Some people are maybe kind of hesitant to long in this 4 hour gap. My thoughts on that. I'm really I don't really hold as much weight on a fair value gap once I see it basically filled. Like where this daily fair value gap's line is, you can see this 4 hour candle went up, all the way here. So to me, like all this space in this fair value gap has already been rebalanced. So it's not really the same as, in my opinion, um, taking longs from like on this leg right here. If you were to do something like this and expect this thing to just run through all this in this 4 hour gap, that to me would be pretty risky. But after I see this thing dig into it, pierce it, um, it did close under consequent encroachment, but then it came down, kept bullish structure, and it's popping right back up. I have a even higher time frame draw on liquidity marked, so I'm pretty confident in up today, or not for today, for this session, for London session. Pretty confident in up until this daily fair value gap hits, or we get some kind of major structure change to this, like some kind of lower high or something on the 15 minute, or you know, one of the, something higher, something at least the 5 or the 15 minute, like some lower highs and stuff going. I think bullish is the way to go in this session until the until that daily fair value gap is tapped into. Once we hit this, I don't know what we're gonna do because it could just continue to grind higher and look to, like, if we look at this down leg here, like 4 hour, you have a dealing range from there to here. So you're already past equilibrium on that, but you got some fair value gaps up here that are in premium of that dealing range that maybe it wants to go into. So it could keep grinding a little higher through this daily, through New York AM today. Totally could. And still hold bullish structure and not flip that daily gap. Like it could go up, um, it could go, it could continue grinding higher, maybe hit that last 4 hour up here, and then kind of duck back down by the end of the day. And this daily gap is still being respected. So I think that the Bulls could definitely do that, or we could see the sweep and then that thing start turning over back down into here. But I think um, before we go back to all-time high, previous week high, I do think we get one more run at these lows, personally. Sorry if you couldn't see that. I forget my pictures in front of it. These down here on the daily. See how close they are? Like all just jammed up together. To me, that's like liquidity sweeps, like central. Only reason I'm going, only reason I'm going bullish in this moment is just the structure that we currently have on the 4 hour is definitely bullish. I'm just keeping these draws and drawing liquidities kind of in the back of my mind. Like, even though this session I'm not necessarily aiming at them, these are definitely a target for this week. But because it's a naturally bullish market, I always like any excuse to go long rather than short. So basically, all eyes. Let's look at this on the 15 and see how we're looking. So we now are underneath our 4 hour candle start over here on ES. We pop back above it on NQ. So this would be our first potential spot to buy from, would be this fair value gap. So we'll put a little box there. And then if if this comes into here and we do not get good low time frame confluences of it turning around from there, then we would wait and look to long out of this one down here. Obviously, this one would be even better because we'd have more runway for profit. We would be under the equilibrium of this dealing range on the 15 minute or the 1 hour. Um, so obviously this one's my favorite, but we may not get that one because the reason I say that is just how close the daily fair value gap, which is what we'd be targeting, how close that is to where we're starting this 4 hour candle, right? So that's that's my thoughts now. We'll see if we get on down there. I mentioned, we do want it is okay for us waiting for us to catch the manipulation of the 4 hour candle, that lower wick in this case. It is okay for us to see some uh, accumulation or consolidation. This doesn't look as good to me, but this on ES over here looks pretty good. It's kind of getting sideways a little bit. That's better. Like that to me is keeping me awake and not going to bed right now. Because if we just grind higher, then that's not going to really give me an entry. Our best hope now is we get some uh, consolidation, accumulation, whatever you want to call it. That would give us the manipulation and distribution. So we'll see. I had a I had a good trade in London session last like Thursday, I think. It was a short, which everything last week was shorts, but basically, but yeah, we had a the 4 hour open into a 15-minute fair value gap. I think it was actually, yeah, while we're waiting. Let's see. Friday, 6 a.m. morning, right? I actually took both of these for London. So we had where's the two? Two, oops. So 2 a.m. was right here. We got pop up from the candle's start. We were trying to go short, so we wanted it to manipulate higher. Manipulated higher. It swept Asia high here, tapped a 15 fair value gap. It made a 15 M15 fair value gap here on the manipulation leg, waiting for it to go inverse. Obviously, it freaking dumped on me. ES was lagging behind. Let me find this on ES. ES was lagging behind a bit at this same moment. Let's see. So ES was here on its leg. So you can see that it also inversed the M15 off this candle right here, but it didn't go as far down. So NASDAQ was weaker, so I was trading NASDAQ short, but I was watching ES. So as soon as we got this next candle that went into the 15 that just went IFEG and then closed away from it, that's me entering here on NASDAQ. And then for our draws on liquidity, they came off the 4 hour, which were basically at the start of the session, which was up here, right here. This was the start of London. We were targeting all these lows down in here. and every single one of them got hit. Obviously, that doesn't happen every time, but and then I had some stop loss brought down into profit, got tagged out, and then um, it left one of the lows like a few ticks and pulled back into a 15 gap, and I re-entered and scalped a little bit. So that would be an example of the looking at it in the opposite direction. So what sold me on that trade was not sweeping Asia high. What sold me on that trade was not the relative equal lows on the 4 hour. What sold me on that trade was not that the 2 a.m. 4 hour candle opened bullish. It was all of those on top of each other. Okay, I understood what was my high time frame draw to aim at. Okay, big cluster of relative equal lows. Looks good. All right, next. How do I know that the market is ready to make that move to those lows? Okay, well, if it's ready to make that move, then this 4 hour candle has to extend. It can't sit there and just chop around. It's going to have to be, explosive to the downside um, to hit the lows, right? As simple as you can put it. So if I want a big, extensive down candle, bearish candle, then I'm expecting it to have some impulsivity up to start to make the high wick. We got that. Sweeping Asia high with in that in the same manipulation leg that you're telling me the 4 hour candle is opening in my favor how I want it to. I'm also sweeping Asia high. So that's like a double check mark, right? And I have a high time frame target. I get all my 5 minute, 3 minute, 2 minute, 1 minute, all like using the low time frames. I get the confluence of we're going inverse on the trend, and I see that 4 hour, it opened higher. Now it's flipping back bearish. We're coming back through where, that 4 hour open price. That to me, and once it starts extending, I know I'm right, and I'm just going to run it all the way till the thing that I'm targeting. Because at that point, I know I'm on the right side of the market. But to get that, sometimes you miss out on, you'll say, oh, this is a great target, daily fair value gap in this example. This is a great target to have, right? But I have to be okay that I may not get this trade today to that target. I may have to let it go. If it doesn't give me that manipulation off that wick where I can know, not for sure, but I can improve my probability and my edge, um, that the market is indeed ready to move up here. I have to be okay with letting it go. And sometimes I'll doing that, this thing won't have barely any low wick on it, and it'll still go up there and hit it, and I just have to accept that, right? That's what kept me that's what kept me break even for like a year, was just trying to be right in every session. Now I know the setup I want, and I just sit here, and I don't bargain with myself anymore. If it's not that setup where all those layers are connecting, then I can't touch it. And what I've learned is I can make more profit by taking those really good trades a few times a week than I can with trading, 2 or 3 trades every single session, throughout the week, or, you know, 4 or 5 trades a day or something. This looks great to me, honestly. So these can be a little confusing, and we do want to talk, let's talk about this for just a second. We don't want to let using the 4 hour candle or 1 hour candles open high low close or open low high close formation. We don't want to make we don't want that to make us confused, because sometimes you have this, and this used to confuse me. Is like, if this is my easy, if this is my 4 hour open here, right, and I've gone up. All right, so technically I made a high wick on the 4 hour right there. It's right here. And then it's continued up to here. Okay, so it was really bullish. Now it's flipping bearish. Some people could say, hey, this is going to be the high wick of the 4 hour. And now we're going to be looking for a bearish 4 hour candle with a wick on it like that. My advice on this is that is why you need to see the impulsivity. If it's simply, if it's like looking at this, for example, on the 5 minute, that to me doesn't look impulsive. This looks like a nice, smooth, bullish trend that's kind of fallen off now, but nothing in this looks super impulsive. Maybe this one candle right here in the opposite direction, but nothing really is telling me super, big impulsive move up for this to me to be acceptable to call the high wick of the 4 hour to look then for, a lower closing bearish candle like this. And I'm seeing that from two things. One, what does the candle look like? What is it showing me? I want to see the impulsivity of it. The other part of it is where where is this where is this stopping? Where is that? If this was the high wick of a bearish 4 hour candle, where is this wick stopping? Is this stopping in a place that makes sense? Like, is it tapping a fair value gap or an order block or sweeping liquidity and then it's turning around? Like, what is the narrative of this manipulation? If we're gonna call this, hey, this is gonna be a bearish candle, then like it's looking like it's gonna be right now, what we're probably gonna see now, it's 2:49. So we have about 10 minutes left on this 1 hour candle. I would probably estimate now that our 1 hour candle will have this high wick on it, close bearish, and hopefully that will give us a start to kind of trickle lower into our fair value gaps, our equilibrium, um, for, in this next hour following this one. And what that would essentially give us is that hopefully we would see this thing turn over somewhere in here, giving us the low wick of a bullish 4 hour candle. And we would use this something on this impulsive leg down as a IFEG. And maybe we would get a, you know, a 3 minute IFEG right here, taps the 1 hour, inverses this, and then we would do something like that up to our, so that's what we're wanting here. So this looks good to me. I want this thing to continue to run. Um, I want this thing to run through this hourly close right here at 3. And I like it so far. Basically, basically what I was trying to describe is like when that 4 hour candle first starts, like yes, you can get that impulsivity manipulation right off the start of it, but more times than not, you're gonna get a you're gonna get oh the 4 hours bullish, bearish, bullish. You're gonna get some kind of consolidation, some kind of ranging um, candles when it's first starting, and don't get tripped up by that. Don't use what I'm telling you, what I'm describing here. Don't use it without getting without making sure that that wick is in a key area that you have marked out for a reason. Hey, I saw that I'm looking for a bullish trade. I saw this 4 hour candle open. It went down to my key area. And now I'm seeing it recover, V-shaped recovery going back up. I'm buying there and I'm expecting that 4 hour candle to be bullish and extend up towards this target that I've deemed, to be a good spot to target for a trade. You got to stack all those layers on it. Otherwise, you're missing some key stuff, right? You got to have a target. Every trade should, have a target, have a place that you're invalidated for your stop loss to go. Where's my target? Where where am I wrong on this idea? That's important. Let's go ahead and get these marked up. So looks like we just popped up over the equilibrium of this Dilling range here, this 1 hour Dilling range on ES. It's definitely looking like the weaker indice currently. About 5 minutes left on this 1 hour. It's looking really freaking good, honestly. I think we're gonna get an opportunity to take a trade in this session. So once we wait and once we're patient, right? I describe it as kind of like being a sniper in a ghillie suit, right? Like we got our ghillie suit on, right? Looks like leaves and trees and grass all over us. No one can see us. We're a sniper. We're laying in the woods, camouflage, right? Once you do that and you're ready and your target is there, then all you have to do is kind of put all the other stuff out of your mind because you've already thought of it. You've already set yourself up for success in all of those ways. Then you just take it down to that 15-minute, 5 minute, you know, and even smaller time frames. But then you just look at it right in that kind of microscope and say, look for however you end up trading it, but look for something to tell you, hey, this is bouncing, this is reversing, this is um, getting a response out of that Q level to kind of give you that the flip of that higher time frame candle that you're trying to use for timing. Yeah. So let's see. This is the 15 here. 5 minute. So when this closes, we'd get this fair value gap, and that would give us that as a Dilling range. So it would look good for us, look good for our trade entry if this 5 minute, well, it's not quite a 5 minute yet. This has got to close in 2 minutes, but whatever gap is left there would be our fair value gap. And we would want, we would not want to see this get back over equilibrium and start to hold. So this equilibrium is important to watch. And same over here on ES. We want to see it hold. So this would be the stealing range I can find. Something like that. We need to be watching those levels. Nothing really to for me to point at on the 15-minute chart right now. I think the 5 minute is going to tell the story if we get to our first potential entry target, this 1 hour fair value gap here. I think the 5 minutes going to tell that story. Nothing really for it to hit on the 15 minute. Mhm. All right, here's our, oh, I like how that started. Here's our new hour. Not really the biggest wick. Didn't really go into anything. That sure does look impulsive though. So I'm gonna mark. Let me just keep this marked for now. H1 open. Really want to see this thing pop a little lower before it gives us the extension up. Only thing I really see in this thing's way is this 15 minute right, or this 5 minute right here. That's already been tapped into. It's looking very impulsive. Flipping the H4 candle again. Didn't tap. I guess it tapped this order block. Is that really enough? I don't know. I just don't really like that much. Don't really like that much. I mean, if you want to take it off this 5 minute going in burst, uh, I mean, the 4 hour now does have a wick. It does have a decent wick on it now, but it really didn't tap. All I see is like this 30-minute order block right here that it tapped into, or this 15-minute one here. This thing's freaking ripping. We'll see what this next 15 or this next 5 minute candle looks like. Maybe that, that would be nice if that would be our liquidation candle for them to push it lower. You remember, we are just starting an hourly candle, so we could be seeing that big manipulation higher. That's just the high wick. Only thing that I don't, we are now turning the 4 hour candle back over bullish. So, right, it was bullish off the start, and we took that as just kind of chop, and then we wanted it to come lower, giving us the low wick, and then us buy it up. Hmm. I mean, this thing's definitely driving towards the daily fair value gap. I mean, I think that's good. This is very interesting. This looks very bullish. And it's pulled back a little. Decisions. We'd essentially, if I move this out of the way, we'd essentially be leaving this as a 4 hour fair value gap if we take off from there to get here. What we really wanted is this wick to be lower and eat up some, all that space. Man, this thing looks like a freaking rocket. All right, here comes our next 5 minute candle. 15 is looking ultra bullish. See if so this is now M5 IFEG. This is now M5 IFEG. We can keep our options open here to see what we're looking like. So that would be our 5 minute Dilling range there so far, at least. Put it over here. See what we get here. because if both of them look like NQ does right here, where it's really not that far from the draw. It's only 67 points from the draw. I would say, well, maybe he just makes a little 5 minute here and we could take longs off of it. But ES, man, it's got a long way to freaking go to get there. To me, this much distance on ES is it's gonna need some liquidity to get there. And I definitely don't want to be the liquidity for it to get there. But man, this thing is pushing, dude. But it may be a false move. So I need to sit this 5 minute candle out. Do anybody in the chat have uh levels that they're looking at for today? What's y'all's key levels of this session or just like in general for today? So looks like we're definitely going to get us a fair value gap here. So I would be open to this, I guess. Wouldn't be my favorite trade, and it definitely wouldn't be my super high risk trade. Only because this manipulation, if I call this the low, like if we take that long from this 5 minute fair value gap that's probably going to form, we're essentially calling this, we're saying that this is the H4 low. And to me, from it starting here, it didn't really sweep much liquidity. It didn't tap any like significant fair value gaps. Just an order. I mean, it did hit an order block, and maybe that's enough. I'm not a huge. I usually do inefficiencies and not order blocks, but I guess it's one and the same. Still a key area. So we could say that the 4 hour opened and manipulated into this M30 bullish order block here, giving us the low wick of the 4 hour. And it's definitely responded. Made a new higher high on both indices. Now we're getting a new 5 minute candle. Now I'm going to move this out of the way slightly. Now all eyes need to go into this. Remember where our equilibrium is right here as well. Stick that out like that. So here's our equilibrium of this 5 minute dealing range. If we get a decent tap into this, then this may be all it needs. But again, I would be looking at um, less size just because I didn't get as good of a sweep or a liquidity tap as I wanted. With 300 UA, almost 3 to that low. And we would deem this our H4 low. All right, so our 5 minute candle opened here. We want this thing, it's made hopefully what I would hope to be its high wick. And now it's going to turn back over like that. And I need it to flip bearish at least for some amount of time. And then we would be looking on a lower time frame. Let's look at our choices here. So our 5 minute, we got this big wide 5 minute fair value gap. Inside that, we got a big 3 minute, a little 3 minute there. So hopefully this runs into the fair value gap. And then we would be looking for an inverse fair value gap on the low time frame, showing us um, higher prices. So we'll let it cook here on the 1 and 2 and 3 minute, see how they kind of end up forming here. I need this thing to come down. All right, so ES has officially tapped 5 minute. We got 1 minute, 40 seconds left on the 5 minute candle. Maybe we get a little more extension out of NQs. We want something there. Yeah, we want some impulsivity like that. Why do we need that? One, I mean, most importantly, we need the candles to really open up in order for us to get an IFVG to play off of for our entry, right? So already we have a 1 minute right in here. Hopefully we can do a little better than that, but that's what we're looking for. Good extension, good extension. See if we can get equilibriums to tap. I'm watching NQ's equilibrium right here. And I'm sorry, ES's is right here, NQ's is right here. Let's see what we get. Might open up a really solid, yeah, good 2 minutes forming. We don't want it to seem too bearish. So this is looking pretty good to me right now. We're getting a good little kick back up as it's tapping equilibrium. You need this thing to, if we're going to be looking for this specific trade, we need this thing to keep showing its strength. If not, then this could be the manipulation of the 1 hour candle, which would be a bearish candle coming down into these other key levels that we would look to long on. So we'll see here what we get. It's a brand new 5-minute candle. It'd probably be, so we're coming up on the 4-hour opening price. If we're going to take this as the low wick, if we're taking that assumption that this is the low wick of the 4-hour, we don't want to see this thing come testing it again. If it comes and tests this low again, then this setup, this specific setup is out. We need this thing to find some support and start to V-shape back up if we're going to get in a position here. See if this thing pops. Yeah, like this. I like that. I like that pop. How is the, so we got a big 3-minute gap. Could potentially have a 5-minute gap going back up. So new 3-minute here. See how it handles itself in this. So now we would be looking to get in off the 3-minute inverse and then put stops. Something. We need this thing to flip back around there. It's looking more and more likely that our original trade idea for this session is going to be the setup to take. And honestly, I like it a lot more than this one. Just going to require a little more waiting. Because I'd much rather be long in these, in this area here. So for me to take this, it's gonna, so we did just close. So now our largest gap on the leg is this 5-minute. We'll see how it does against that. It doesn't look too bullish against this 3-minute on ES. Tell you that much. So we're still in the 5-minute bullish fair value gap. Still right around our equilibrium. So this long isn't out yet. We need to see some V-shaped recovery from these lows right in here. So I do like this, like looking at the 1-minute, you see how it tapped right at the 4-hour open and it's getting a bounce. I do like that. Let's see if it how it does in this 5 minute bearish for value gap. Doesn't look too hot right there for the bulls. Hasn't even tapped over here yet. I'm gonna sit back and just let it tip its hand to me. Or I'm sorry, what does ICT say? Tip its hat. I'm gonna let it tip its hat to me. Show me which way it's wanting to go. Either way, I'm bullish. It's just where am I buying from? Pretty strong 5 minute candle so far. I guess we could put our dealing range on screen too. What do we want to see here? Here's our 5 minute dealing range that we're actively in right now. I like to always have my dealing range mapped out. So here's our equilibrium. So see how this is pushing in and tapping the equilibrium and then pulling away from it? That is not showing bullish. That's not showing what we really want for this, right? We'll leave it up there for now, but I believe what's about to happen is this 4 hour is going to dig deeper. And this is just the could take freaking shorts here, but have a good target. Honestly, this is probably not a bad trade. Oh, take this to the 4 hour low. If I was on evals, I'd probably take that trade right there. And all you're saying is, I don't believe that that's the lowest the 4 hour is going to go. And I think it's going to make a new low before it makes it through this 5 minute that it just rejected, based on where your stop is. I think this is a great eval trade. We'll see how it would done. It probably is about to run it right here. I'd be looking at these lows over here. Actually, yeah, maybe these lows too. I guess that's a 4 hour low for ES. Whichever one it hits first. VS hits the 4 hour low or this hits the 4 hour low, I would sell. Might give you another entry here. You take it right here. It gives it to you. Maybe not. This might run it. Probably could have taken that trade. Yep. Dang, I would have won that one. Yeah. But so that would be an example of like a B plus setup to me. The only reason I don't like it, I love the 1 hour. See how the 1 hour opened? Huge manipulation candle or wick, high wick on it. That to me is screams of bearish setup. And as soon as on the 5 minute, if it was super bullish, it would have it would have tapped this 5 minute and it would have held it and kept going. Once it started falling through it, making a new bearish 5 minute and rejecting it, not getting above equilibrium, wicking at it, and kind of pushing under. Um, that's screaming lower prices to me. Reason that I would take that off the 1 hour candle like that. It's a fine setup. I just didn't like. Do I target like this 1 hour fair value gap? Do I just target that it makes a new low? I mean, that'd probably be the least greedy thing to do, and ended up working well. But I just don't have as clear of a like pinpoint target to go after. So I would rate that one a little lower because of that. Now our 4 hour is bearish, which is essentially what we wanted to begin with. But we need this 1 hour to get rolling. Or otherwise we're gonna get it becomes more likely that this gets hit in New York session. For us to hit this in London, this hourly candle's got to get us to what we're tapping for entry. Because we essentially have 2.5 hours on that 4 hour candle. So I would expect to get from down in here, wherever it stops and U-turns, and there back up into the daily fair value gap. I would say at least we need a hourly candle and a half. I just don't see really where this thing is other places it could draw into. All right, see if we can get this thing to extend for us. Are you all trading NQ and ES as well? Anybody in the stream? We are. Let's see. Sure, bounce right at that low. Inverse this 5 minute over here. Could that have been the manipulation? I think so. See if we reject out of this 5 minute or not. Now that it's gone inverse. This one is technically not really freaking close over there on ES. So it's rejecting from the 5 minute so far. We're really not that far from that 1 hour fair value gap that I would really like potentially enter from. We're looking at maybe like one good 15-minute candle to tap it. Definitely have the bearish structure going that we want to see. To give us our uh, point of interest tap for long entry. Patience pays. I have to tell myself that all the time. Patience pays, patience pays. New 5 minute here. Second, second 5 minute of the current 15 minute. And you can see the last 15 or the first 5 minutes of the 15 minute candle. You had a really high wick on it, right? I would want that to be the manipulation of the 15 minute candle. And then this next one to give us some extension. And all we're doing for our entry is that same exact thinking, except we're doing it off the 4 hour. Right? We're buying the low wick of the 4 hour candle. If you position yourself on the manipulation side, whatever wick that is on the 4 hour candle of that session, and you get out at good targets where you're not being overly greedy, you're you're gonna do pretty good. All right, so we have broken that low. ES not quite breaking the low yet. Getting down to midnight opening price. And this green box is our first level of interest. So quick review of what we're looking at. 4 hour, we're getting the downward push that we were looking for. We would want this thing to come down and then flip back to the upside. So it currently bounced off this 30-minute order block and made this big run up, which is great manipulation for lower to me. But again, on that trade, I didn't really have a solid target. And I don't see this thing running the swing low down here. I see this thing coming in here. Maybe you could have traded it to equilibrium or to some of these unfilled fair value gaps. Maybe I should have taken that. But I I really want this to the unfilled daily fair value gap off of this 1 hour tap, or maybe this 1 hour tap, or somewhere right around the equilibrium. Maybe it tap goes through this, taps equilibrium and U-turns and still closes inside that uh, fair value gap. Maybe it has a body like that. Maybe we get in on that wick on the lower time frames. That's what I want. But right now, the only thing that is sticking out as a negative to me is the only true manipulation that I see is this high wick right here. And that is in the opposite direction of which the manipulation I want to see. I understand in understanding liquidity, if 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 the market wants to fill in an inefficiency or a fair value gap down in this area, it think about it, to get this move, it does it does have to liquidate people on that side to get this move. So that doesn't mean our position here is cooked. It just means that this 1 hour that opened, came up here, manipulated, and now it's flipped bearish is a very good setup following the entry approach that I use on these higher time frame candles. But because it doesn't have a clear draw on liquidity to put as a target, I rated it as a lower grade. Now eval trade, I would have probably smacked that thing on an eval. But right now, if we look at the M15, we do have a bullish SMT live. This low has been taken on NQ. We'll get rid of this H4 low mark. This is still relevant. We'll extend that out a bit. We do have a bullish SMT right now, which we don't really want to have. We want, maybe just like a half hour of some bearish trends to get us to the spot we want to transact in. That's our active SMT. I'm saying the word active because if ES comes and sweeps that low on the next candle, then that's invalidated, right? So you got to be careful with SMTs. Only hold wait until that, obviously the level gets taken out. So I'm just in a holding pattern right now. So on the 4 hour, the way that think of it at least, let me move this out of the way. How I think of it at least is this will be a fair value gap right here on the 4 hour, unless this wick or this candle comes further down and closes where that fair value gap would be. In my mind, what that is you're filling in the inefficiency before it technically forms. If we get the extension that we're looking for long entry, it would more than likely close up this 4 hour gap. Because if we get in this and say it's 4:30 and we have an hour and a half left on that 4 hour candle, at 6 a.m. Eastern, when the next one forms, you don't want to be, ideally, you don't want to be long, up here or say it pulls down, but it doesn't close that inefficiency. You don't really want to be long with your stop loss somewhere in here because this thing could open at 6 a.m. and sweep into that fair value gap and then give you your delivery. Right. So that's the whole point behind using the candle formation um, as part of your entry criteria to help you align your target with time. This thing's really just sitting there. Seems to be bouncing again off this order block. It's not really wanting to give. Is it S&T? Is it that? Now this thing is wanting to pop. Now our billing range is there. This has already been tapped. S&T on the hour underneath. New 4 hour low. Still didn't really tap any. Just don't like this so much. Still didn't even really tap anything of significance. The inverse there, you already filled IPG. It's hit equilibrium over here on the NASDAQ. Let's peek over here. Get some of this off our chart. Oh man, this thing really hasn't gone anywhere. See, I jumped on right at 2. Give it, give it another maybe 20 minutes. And if I don't get it, I'm probably gonna call it until New York AM. I mean, this is chop if you've ever seen it, right? It's hard. It's not easy to trade. I need this thing to break, and I need it to at minimum hit this one hour fair value gap that's untapped. If it doesn't give me that, then because I'm definitely not long, I really don't want a long way up here. Uh, the wick of my 4 hour to me hasn't hit on either side really to show me which direction it wants to be. I want the manipulation the wrong way to go into something significant. That's why I want the 4 hour wick down into these fair value gaps I have in here. But this 30-minute order block is just freaking sitting there holding it up when it's clearly wanting to turn over. It's just not letting it go. It keeps popping up, but you can see by these equilibrium. I mean, look, Dilling range, 5-minute chart, high to low, equilibrium's here. Look at this. I mean, it's to the tick hitting equilibrium and pulling away. That's a bearish confluence in this case because it's a downtrend. And over here, same thing. I mean, it's showing bearish structure. It just went and made a new low on NQ on the 4 hour. Just hasn't tapped anything. Like, yeah, we have this SMT, we have this 30-minute order block that's holding, But look at all these wicks through it, man. I don't want to be a buyer. That doesn't scream uh, good support area to me. I mean, if it was fresh and we were getting a good reaction off of it, that's different. But it's already been wicked through or penetrated, whatever you want to call it, a number of times. So this 15 is looking pretty good for us. See if it can break through this low here and get us down into these areas we're interested in. I'm a big buyer. Come on, let the levee break. Let the levee break. Sit on your hand. Sit on your hand. Come on, it's only like 40 points NQ. You move that much in your sleep. Come on. 40 points. FEG. Get me back to equilibrium on the 1 hour chart. I'll take that. They're definitely getting the candle we need here. Definitely getting the candle we need. We just want this thing to keep extending. So getting a uh new 1 hour candle and a little over 4 minutes. We need this. All right, what would we want to see? We're getting to the point of where our trade's actually getting some wheels here. We need NQ to really give it up here. Kind of holding up more than NQ. All right, so what are we looking to see? Oops. So here's our 4 hour open. We wanted to we want to catch the manipulation uh, wick of that and buy it. Buy there. We did have manipulation higher. We don't want to be confused by this being the manipulation of the 4 hour. In my opinion, this is the manipulation of the 1 hour candle in order to sponsor the move down into here, which will then be the wick of the 4 hour candle. getting up here, the more time we eat, it's already almost 4, so we have 2 hours left on our current 4-hour candle. So we would need, thinking of it in just sense of time and price movement, this next candle, maybe we start in here somewhere. This next 1 hour, we need this thing to open bearish, manipulate into this or down into equilibrium, and then by the time that the hour is over, it needs to be, whether it's a little doji candle or slightly bullish or maybe even slightly bearish. That's okay. We want to see this. We want to see the wick, a good manipulation wick. And if we get that, then that last hour may give us that good extension back up. Whoops. Now that doesn't mean that our trade would last an hour. Um, Maybe if you hold the runners all the way to the end and, stop loss to break even and just let it run, then yeah, you could probably pump it for the whole hour or so till that 4-hour candle closes and see, you know, if it runs all the way up there by then. If not, you could probably even carry the trade into the 6 a.m. candle and see if its high wick or something hits this. Maybe it manipulates up into here and then is a, bearish closing candle. And I think a majority of our position could probably get scaled here, and then we could just hold runners up into this level without having to manage it. Take our stop loss to break even, take off like 70-80%, and then we can let the other ones just cook. All right, so that's what we're wanting. Yes, needs to. I got to get the new 1-hour candle now. Let's see how that looks. ES is still holding this low. We need this low to break. All right, so now we're on the next hourly candle. I would really draw your eyes here. This could be considered our liquidity. So eyes to here. This thing's held up all this, all these 15-minute candles. If we get a new 1-hour candle to open, sweep the low and tap the 1 hour and give us low time frame confluence is higher, that would be very interesting. And by taking this liquidity, you're canceling out the active SMT on the higher time frame. Obviously, it will still be there on, the 5 minute, the 15, but you would eliminate it from having it on the, like, the 30-minute here, for example. So I like this. Considering this the liquidity sweep, this is what we want right here. Here's our impulsivity that we're looking to call the low of the 4-hour. Now remember what I was just talking about, right? Balancing the inefficiency here before the candle this candle closes. Basically, filling in the gap of where the fair value gap would be, right? Why is that important? Well, you don't want a big brand new 4 hour fair value gap right underneath your stop loss. And then the next it could hover there until the next candle, then tap, then go, or something like that, where your timing isn't dialed. Your idea is dialed, but your timing is not. All right, so we got a five. All right, so we tapped the 1 hour. We've got the big wick. I like this. All right, so now all my eyes are going to this 5 minute, and I want to see some impulsivity back to the upside here. If I keep seeing weakness, then we're going to assume this thing's not done. And that's okay. So this thing like freaking tapped it to the tick, big impulse up. So we definitely have some buyers in this area. I'll take this off the charts because I don't confuse anyone. But we would, well, actually, let me put that back on there. So we'd be looking at, yeah, I would be looking at maybe 3 contracts on the micro NQ for this. I like this V shape here. That looks good to me. Got 1 minute, 10 seconds to close on this. So let's update our dealing range on the 5 minute chart. Maybe there. There's our equal. I'll pull it out. Here's our equilibrium right here. And then on ES is right here. So what do we want to see? We want to see it, one, getting through this 5 minute fair value gap with intensity. Two, we want to see it maybe on the slightly lower time frame start ticking above equilibrium and holding. See, it's going up now. It is flipped. Now it's retesting equilibrium. It's falling through it. Doesn't necessarily mean it's over with, but so now to me, this is further liquidity. So now let's see, maybe we run this low on one index and SMT off the other. That would be interesting. But this is all coming into my higher time frame, my daily draw on liquidity, the daily FEG. That's coming from the daily chart. My entry is set up off for the 2 a.m. 4 hour candle and kind of multiple 1 hour candles. How they're forming, where likely they would open and manipulate into. And now we've scaled way down for our specific entry spot. Because as you know, in the futures world, you can't suffer much drawdown So we're still holding this 5-minute bearish fair value gap from our impulsive leg down. So that's kind of important, right? Like fair value gap we made in what we're calling our manipulation. We want we want to always take our inverse entry from there. Watch this thing flip. I get really interested. 7 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. This 15-minute candle could definitely drop higher here. It's holding midnight, manipulated under it. Now it's holding it. On the day, 7 p.m., manipulated into this, push. Yeah, I like this. This is looking very good to me. About 1 minute left on the close of the 5 minutes. We want both indexes to go inverse here. Makes our job more difficult if they both don't. ES to me is actually looking a little more bullish. So I'm probably gonna mock my trade up quick over here. I'd probably take it to that swing high and let this be TP1. And then hold runners until NQ hits its daily fair value gap. Probably what I'm looking to do. So that would be, call it 8 micros on MES. So I'm going to switch to that chart now. MES, looking like this is going to go inverse. 7 seconds here. NASDAQ's the one that's got to stay up. All right, now we are going to take this contracts. We want it to push down and now flip. I'll take it there. All right, we've waited 2 hours and 10 minutes for this entry. And we're going to go stop loss down here. Sell, stop 8. Sell, stop 8. All right. And then we're going to go a little above this high. So now our 4 hour is now flipping back bullish. What is that for us? That is the whole trade idea and reasoning coming together, right? We're waiting for the 4 hour wick. Where in this price action it doesn't make sense for the 4 hour wick, the lower wick on a bullish candle, the manipulation to be? Well, zoom in on your time frames. All right, we go to the H1. We have an untapped FEG. We got an even better one down here that I wish I would have gotten. But I think this daily fair value gap being so close, I think that this may be enough. We had equilibrium of this 1 hour range that we could have looked for price to tap into. I look for places like that where the wick is likely to be on the 4 hour candle of that session. Now on the lower time frames, now that I've gotten what I wanted to enter, then we're cooking. All right, so on the daily, I switch to the MES chart here. So give me just a sec. This would be our daily fair value gap over here, which would be our absolute max TP. Now we would look at um, right, so our first um, our first concern is getting past these swing highs without forming an SMT or something showing us that this is going to want to pull back. So we're on the 5 minute here. What am I looking at? Let me go to the 5 minute on ES2. What am I looking for? Well, I'm looking for potential spots in this leg that I just bought off of. I'm looking for potential spots that this thing could want to pull back into if I get some sort of SMT or whatever up here. If I successfully break this high, then that on both indexes, it's giving me a confidence that even if it does come down on me, say if this leg is like this and my buy is right here, even if it does come down on me, it's just making another higher low. So I'm much more willing to hold that. If I start getting SMT or, lower highs on both indexes and this thing's coming back down at me and I have a 5 minute opened up underneath my break even point, then I would seriously consider kind of a bit discretionary close to that and just like re-enter after I get additional confirmation. Again, if I'm on like evals and I really like the trade, I probably just leave it. But if I'm trading a live account or my funded accounts, and I try to break even you know, even if it does come back and hit that 5 minute or whatever fair value gap, and I sell, and I'm not able to get back in as good of a spot, I'll still take that because it's saved me. Try to take little scrapes. So it's 4:15 right now. We are getting a new 15-minute candle. So we got a little bit of an inefficiency forming here, assuming that that is the low wick. It would be okay with me to come and fill this in before coming higher. Why am I still comfortable with that? Because I don't have an SMT yet. Yes, it's a lower high, but that doesn't really knock my trade yet in my sense of confidence in it. New 15-minute candle. If the 15-minute candle is going to be bullish, which is what I want, it's probably more than likely going to have a lower open to it, right? I have to be accepting of that. So I have to give it that room to breathe there. So this is the first 5 minutes of that 15-minute candle. So we are getting ES is holding up more than NQ, so it looks like my buy is in the right on the right index uh, in this moment. So no S&T yet. All eyes on this high. I need the high to get ran. So 15-minute candle opened about 3 minutes ago now. I need this to I need this to just be the low wick and start pushing bullish through the high. Once I get the higher the higher high, then my confidence kind of there's like a big check mark in the sense of your trade being correct, right? That first swing high. We don't want to see this thing stalling. There probably is liquidity already built up in this area, like these relative equal lows right here, that we don't want to see it come and swipe. 1 minute left on this 5 minute. It's about a third of, almost a third of the way on the 15. We still have this inefficiency in this area, basically right up to my break even point. See this thing flip. Check what this is looking like here. Got a 2 minute fair value gap right there and a 3 minute. See if it just wanted to tap into one of these. So a couple of key facts. So we have our break even point here, right? We also we're our trade is set up off the idea that we're gonna have a bullish 4 hour candle after manipulating lower, making the low wick of that candle to go in the direction of our draw on liquidity. So now that we've had that manipulation, we really don't want to see our candle flip bearish again either. This is now in the 3 minute fair value gap. We have, yeah, now it's a 5 minute. So all eyes are on this 5 minute here. We have 5 minute down here, but it's not, we don't have one on ES. So I'm not as worried about it. Need a good reaction out of this. Need some bulls to step in. Tap into 5 minute there. in a very key spot right now. Holding a 5 minute, barely holding a 3 minute. And Q. And Q looks okay. It's not fun. Hold up its wick though. Keep going. Close its inefficiency there. Yeah, the wick's met. So we do get an extension higher. We're not going to continue higher with a 15-minute untapped fair value gap right at our heels. That's good. All right, here comes. That's a good flip for us. See if it will follow through. Need a higher high here on these low time frames. Let's see. Bullish close to the 5 minute. We're not out of the fight yet. Points are we away from this thing? We're at 80 points. Come on, NQ. See, run that in a second when Trump tweets. I just think we're so close to the daily fair value gap here. I don't think it's gonna get tagged. Clearly been draw it's clearly been driving higher on the 4 hour. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's perfect bullish structure. I mean, yeah, it's a little wicky in there and high wicks came back down and then it's caught trend back up. So, we gotta go with the trend, and daily fair value gap is a Good liquidity pool. I like the trade. Just gotta get some wheels here. Uh, can't rush it though, yeah. Just let it do its thing. In my opinion, when stopped using the low, like the super low time frames as much, like, I mean, I use them, like the M1, M2, M3, I use them, but I use them only when I'm like down to the minute detail, and I really won't even look at them until like everything else on the higher time frames have aligned and like I'm 100% about to take a trade, then I'm looking at those for, an IFEG or whatever to play off of to get in to try to, manage my risk as best I can. There we got active SMT, don't like, obviously. That's where my eyes are right now. Need that to get canceled here. And I'm on the based on that SMT, I'm on the weaker index. So that's really not good for me. We got these jammed up lows down here. I mean, really, this swept all these, just not this one. But now I have relative equals on the low time frame there, and I don't really like that. Small fair value gap right there too now. I'm just talking myself into more things that make me nervous. So now our hour open is right here. All right, so we got our H1 open. So it opened here, got the big wick, opened here, got the big wick, tapped the 1 hour. I don't have the fair value gap over here. Oh, it didn't tap the 1 hour. Yes, it did on ES, but it didn't on it MES. It definitely hit that. That's crazy. So MES had missed the fair value gap by a tick. All right. So I still on this SMT, still holding. We really need to just run the high one more time on both. Because we technically have one right here too. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Disregard. All right. SMT's canceled. It looks good for us to this high. Now all eyes to the high. We don't want to SMT off the highs either. So looks like we were successful in the 5 minute fair value gap tap. Go ahead and add that over here for higher. We made higher highs on this leg, but on the higher time frame we're having. Dang, look at that 1 hour candle though. See how good it feels to get in on the wick of those candles like that? That's how you know the market is about to move. Now, then your only problem can be, did I hold it too long? Was I overly greedy? Did I, not take profit where maybe I should have? Because when you start getting more picky with your setups, you try to kind of push them for more and more profit. Can be a downside to that. All right, let's see. Not really have much for support on this. So we made a higher high. This is a brand new 5 minute candle. So maybe this is just the low wick of it manipulating. This doesn't look very bullish to me though. Like, yeah, we made a higher high out of the fair value gap, but not a very bold close. I mean, it doesn't look bad. I mean, this explosiveness looks great after, and we got the tap of where we wanted. I mean, everything has played out. And just, I mean, we do have like this 5 minute down here. I'd probably put it, but we don't even have it over here on the S. Just trying to see, like, is there anything? Because I really going back to because this didn't sweep on ES. I mean, it did on ES, but it didn't on the micros. It didn't tap the 1 hour, which this is the wick of the 1 hour fair value gap. I technically have relative equal lows over here, but on ES, these lows got taken here. So I don't really like having relative equal lows right by my stop loss. Kind of makes me nervous. Even though ES, like, it tapped the fair value gap, therefore it swept that low. It's still, it's like an eyesore to me having this at my stop loss like this. And this thing is being very hesitative. Our 1 hour candle though looks beautiful. Open, manipulation, buy on the wick, extend. It looks good to me. Just this 5 minutes kind of stalling. All right, let's see if we get it here. Again, we don't want an SMT, which I can already see it forming. And have this. But you got a good extension there. 15-second gap. 1 hour is looking great now. Look at that, man. Can't get better than that. How do I know the market's wanting to move to what I is a good target instead of just aiming at targets without incorporating timing? Well, to get up there, I know for this 4 hour, I need it to be a bullish candle. Okay, well, I want to buy when it manipulates in the opposite way. Where can it manipulate to? Well, don't have any 4 hour fair value gaps, so I got some 1 hour fair value gaps that are untapped. Didn't get it for the first 2 hours of stream. Going back to the 1 hour, first 2 hours didn't give it to us. It was the third hour we got the 4 a.m. candle. So, no, I'm sorry, the 2 hours in, we got manipulation lower, tapped the key area, started to V-shape recover quickly, and then it inversed the 5 minute right here. This is a M5 IFEG. And then on this next candle, it opened bearish over here as well. And we bought it as it flipped back, as it went bearish, tapped towards the inverse fair value gap, flipped back bullish, and started pushing. And we entered off of that. But everything is driven off of a daily level or a 4 hour level, or at bare minimum a 1 hour level. And then I use the candles formation as a timing tool to the move. Now, I don't know what to do about this because NQ is a lot closer. I don't really want to hold it once NQ hits its daily fair value gap. So that's probably what I'm gonna try to at least scale a majority off at, is up into there. Good extension there for us. 15. I'd like to get over this high on NQ, and I would probably try to bring my stop loss to break even on the trade. If flip to this, I need this to follow through. New 15-minute candle coming in. Uh, which I really don't like with the SMT currently active. Let's mark that. Need this thing to kick up over here on NQ and cancel this thing out. Yes, it's looking good. This thing really wanting to keep me awake. I usually get a little more movement than this in London. When I see a good setup like this, it usually moves a little faster. I think we have some red folder news maybe Wednesday. That the market may be waiting for to really get rolling this week. But I do think the trade will grind higher. Get rid of this freaking SMT. Mm. It was holding teams basically a doji so far. Need this 5 to start to flip. About 5 minutes into this 15-minute candle. I want this to be the low wick of the candle and it to begin to flip now. Remember, the candle usually opens in the opposite direction of its close. Just don't really have much of support holding this thing up. I like the spot. These are all going to be high resistance liquidity. Tap that. Starting that candle. I'm just going to let this thing cook. Higher time frame to me is still aligning. So just because a 10-minute or so interval of time isn't looking exactly how I would ideally want it to, I'm gonna let it ride. Man, this 15 is just rocking. Mm. So it is it is expected to get some kind of pushback from the SMT. Or hope would just be to limit the time frame that the SMT is on. We need to see this thing at least take off some of this steam. Look at this Dylan range. 3 minute gap there. Here's our IFVG from the trade, the entry. So this is yes. So we're getting kind of close to that 4 hour open over here on NQ. We don't want the 4 hour to flip. We need this thing to start pushing away from the 4 hour for this last hour of it. We're getting to the likelihood that the 4 hour candle will not give us, or I'm sorry, the 2 a.m. candle, the 4 hour candle will not give us the extension to the daily fair value gap above. But on the high time frame, we do not have a 4 hour on ES. The gap, the inefficiency closed. I have a small one on NQ, but I'm less worried about it because we don't have it on ES. It's not a corresponding gap. 30 minutes opening. Now we got a 5 minute gap here. Need this fair value gap here to go inverse. If we inverse this, this would be opportunity to scale into the position. Since we may not get the full delivery by the end of this candle, we could potentially scale in and go break even at the same time. Like if we inverse this 5 minute here and get above our equilibrium, which is here on both indices, we could add to our position here, and then we could go basically right when, as long as we make it to this high, we could go stop loss to break even. And we would essentially be underneath this 5 minute low on the position at break even, which is, and below this 15 minute low. So that's probably a decent place to be in. Don't have a 1 hour gap under us. Do have a 30 minute over here, but doesn't have a corresponding gap. Very small. Nothing over here. So I like this place to potentially scale, especially if you're on eval. You could almost, I would do like, I would do maybe, if you're on eval, I'd do like maybe 40% of what you already own or you're already holding. So if I'm holding 8, I would probably put on like 3 more, 4 more maybe percent. Anyone that isn't in the trade at all that wants to get in the trade, if this goes IFEG, then you could take it off that IFEG. And you really wouldn't even get that worse of a feel than me compared to where, I mean, say if you took it on NQ, I mean, you could be in there, stop loss here, targeting this. So you have a really good trade here still if you're not in right now. You want to get above these equilibriums and start holding, start getting this gap to inverse. So we're about to close this 5 minute candle. Pretty satisfied with it. Now, since we've tapped equilibrium on both, this next candle is very important. Opening a little bearish is fine, but we definitely don't want it to start looking like it's tapping this and pulling away. Our goal here is we want it to get above it and start acting like it's going to hold as support. All right. So anyone not in the trade, uh, I would definitely be getting ready for another good entry on the same concept that we've had play out here for the last 3 hours on stream. If we get above this 5 minute, this would be a very good entry criteria um, for further continuations off the same setup. Need this 5 minute to start kicking up now. 3 minutes left on it. So maybe it's made its low wick. Flip. Because right now, what we 100% don't want is because this SMT is holding, we do not want 5 minute change in structure, aka a lower high. If we get a lower high formation, to me, that's not looking good. But again, our high time frame is it still looks fine. We just don't want to get tore up and chopped waiting for delivery. It's all about timing it effectively. And part of that is cutting trades when the minute it stops looking like you want it to. Mm. Got this 3 minute fair value gap playing defense for us. Let's see how it closes. But we need it to pump us up over this 5 minute. That looks good. Looks good. 28 seconds left on this 5 minute. That to me looks good if we can close it like this over here on ES. NQ's lagging behind a little, but still a bullish close to the candle. Not quite over. Well, popping right up towards equilibrium now. We want ES to hold equilibrium, NQ to continue to push over and through it. ES has now inversed this. I would still consider it somewhat of a risk buy until NASDAQ also clears it. But I think I'm going to scale. I think I'm going to scale 3 in here. So stops changing to 11. Confirm. And we're going to take risk off the table at this high. So I need this to hold. I need this to hold equilibrium. I don't need this to start pilling off, throwing a high wick on over here on NQ at equilibrium. This last candle manipulated. Need this thing to drive. Remember, we don't want the lower high on the 5 minute. I already have the SMT that we're fighting. Now we got 3 minutes left on this 5 minute. We want to see some extension now towards this high. This will be a big high for us. We'll take risk off the table. We'll basically be at break even right at this 5 minute low, which is a pretty good spot to be in a bullish continuation trade with the scale in to break even. So I'd be pretty satisfied with that. Don't like that. Don't like that. Uh, let's see. Need this thing to pump. My eyes are more so on NQ right now. On the left, I need this to continue to hold above equilibrium, which we are over right now, but I needed to hold that. That's mission one. Mission two is to inverse the 5 minute fair value gap on NQ, and then to run the high and get rid of the SMT. Eight seconds left on this close. All right, new 5 minute in. So this did go IFEG. We would want to see maybe this get retapped on the low wick of the 5 minute and continue higher. We're now above equilibrium on NQ2. This is about to go take that low, that high, where we're gonna go break even. All right, come on, BS. Let us take our risk off. Their target for the trade was originally the daily fair value gap up here. We've kind of sat in this range this whole time. I'm not sure we're going to get that full extension on this 4 hour candle, which brings in the next 4 hour candle to potentially do it. So I may be holding some runners and letting them go through that next 4 hour candle. I mean, this would probably be the last spot to get into that move. Once we take the, because we just inversed the 5 minute and I just scaled in to my position too. Right. We're retapping that inverse there on NASDAQ. So that would be probably a buy point there. And you'd want it to start pushing away from it and come for the high. See if we get it here. Let's see here what we get. 15 just kind of sitting idle. I want to see this thing. Got to get up to this high, man. Get our risk off the table at least. Freaking doji candle on the 5. Don't really like that. Hmm. Hmm. Like it just oscillating here. I mean, the high time frame again still looks good. 4 hour looks primed to come to that daily fair value gap to me. Tapped. Just the high time frame looks good. Let me just 15-minute turnover. Go up. Uh, very interesting. I like this. I like this pop. Oh, Mhm. Lower high. It's really taking form of a lower high here. I think this candle, this 5 minute candle is going to tell the tale. This roll starts rolling over. Here's my equilibrium. Need this thing to hold equilibrium here. Let's see if we get a pop here. Need this thing to turn over. Pop it. Come on. This is nice. Hmm. See if it, need them to both stand through these highs. Come on, ES, catch up. There we go. See if we get past this high here on NQ. I'm gonna go ahead and take my stop to break even here. Break even on the trade. Getting a good extension now. This 15 is going to be break. We're going to be breaking structure on the 15, canceling the SMT on the 15. Very good. Very good. Get rid of that. Very, very great 5 minute candle there for NQ. So from this high, about 50 points on NQ. So that last candle was 30. So really only like two more 5 minute candles like this, and we can hit that as a draw on liquidity and just close our trade over here. Maybe you can hold a runner or two up into this and see if you hit that. But I wouldn't sit and watch it all the way until then. I would just let it ride. All right, so this is sweeping all these highs right now. So I want to make sure that this doesn't, well, I guess our risk is off, so it'll be okay. New 5 minute opening, new 15-minute opening. So the 15 could go down to here, filling in that inefficiency and some impulsivity there. See if that's just our manipulation on the 15 minute or higher. Yeah, we need about two or maybe three bullish 5 minute candles, and we should be GG's on this. Remember our 15 minutes just opening on this. So assuming it opens lower to go bullish. We do. I mean, we don't want this to go too close. We are at break even. We don't want to get tagged out just off manipulation. It just inverses 2 minute over here. So this 5 minutes start getting. See this thing flip here. That's not cool. But we stay alive here. Mm. Decisions. 5 minutes. Terribly bearish. Right after sweeping all these highs. Right? Like, is this a liquidity sweep for lower? I don't see that on the high time frame. eyes on this next 5 minutes. I need this 5 minutes to really to rebound. Pull this 15 minute up. Need a really good uh, rebound here. That was a pretty deep cutting bearish candle there. Got this 2 minute in the way now. 2 minute fair value gap. Needed to run it. Needed to run through it. You know, how we close in this. Put our be our 2 minute dealing range there. We need to get above that and start holding. Hmm. It is holding above equilibrium pretty well. We get a close above the fair value gap on ES here. Come on, ES. Hold a good close. You got about 20 seconds left on the 2 minute candle here. Mm, not really what I wanted there. But pretty good recovery candle overall on the 5 minute. Pushing the 15 minute back up. if we can hold this here on NQ. Man, this won't get a close over that thing. Let's keep it going. ES is looking pretty good. Seems like NQ is lagging behind a bit. Oh, NQ. We're about to run into the next 4 hour candle. I really don't like holding through. It's not really like holding through the 4 hour candle open at 6. You may not have a choice. You were so close to our draw, really not that far on NQ. This thing flip. Flip and continue. Come on. About to get our next 15. Oh, this is, no, yeah, this is the 15. Oh, it's right here as a move. We got a deep manipulation on the last 15 candle. I would hope this wouldn't have much of a down wick at all. We need this thing to pump through the highs. This is our last 15-minute candle before the next 4 hour open. We don't really have too many inefficiencies like directly lower. Very small one on the 4 hour down here. But our draw for this trade is here. no 1 hour, no 30-minute fair value gaps, no 15-minute fair value gaps. So you don't really have too much that I could see that 4 hour candle drawing into. And this one has a pretty deep wick on it already. Maybe we could have a candle more like this. So you have that deep manipulation on one candle, and then the next candle, if the trend continues, you more than likely have less manipulation on it. Or all right, all right, come on, Mr. 15. Send us higher. I'll let this 15 cook, and then depending on how this 15-minute closes, I'm going to decide on what to do in my position. I would really, I mean, duh, I'm in a long. I want the 15 to extend here, but we did just get a pretty big manipulation on the last 15-minute candle. I would really want this one to have minimal drawdown, or not drawdown, but of a negative wick. So we don't have the SMT, so that's good. That's taken out. We don't have one here yet. I need 5 minute here. First 5 minute of that 15-minute candle was pretty bullish here. Looks pretty good to me. Again, we really only need like two good 5 minute candles to hit our draw. We got a lot longer to go on ES to the daily fair value gap. Maybe you could, potential to like hold a runner or two and see if that gets hit. Probably will do that. But I would really like to scale like 90% off here. My problem is I'm running out of time because my whole setup was based around the 2 a.m. 4 hour candle. Now I'm coming up on the 6 a.m. candle, which more than likely will deliver into the fair value gap that I'm seeking, but it could kick me out at break even before delivering to it. Five minutes so far. I want this thing to keep running. If we can, we want to really, oh, that's not what I want to see. Decision time, decision time. It's 7 minutes until the new 4 hour candle. The question is, do I hold through? Do I hold through it or not? Risk getting stopped at break even if it ticks down before delivering higher. It'll more than likely take my draw on liquidity, but I don't know if it's going to take me out before it does. This thing will keep pumping. You got a very bullish close on this 15-minute candle. Hmm. All right, let's see here. We got 3 minutes left on the 4 hour candle. It's really decision time for me, guys. Everything is drawing to the daily fair value gap. This is this is a great bullish structure on the high time frame. The draw I have is 100% still wide open and likely to hit. I don't have, I have a very small 4 hour fair value gap here, but I don't have one on ES. It's closed. So I'm not too terribly worried about that. We have the 1 hour fair value gap, which tap, which triggered our position, like our entry off of a low time frame IFEG, giving us the low wick of the 4 hour, the 2 a.m. 4 hour. And we've ridden that up successfully. Question is, does the 4 hour start and make the low wick knock us out at break even and then deliver? If that's going to be the case, I would obviously rather take this profit and then just see if I can maybe re-enter again towards the same draw on liquidity. Uh, it's just not a very like strong bullish close going into the end of the hour, end of the 4 hour. Just really don't like holding this. Here it comes. Maybe it manipulates and puts a high wick here on this 4 hour. That would be great. But if it's going to be a bullish candle in the end, I would expect it to open lower. But we're so close to this thing. 50 points. So if we look at just like these two bullish candles right here, that's 55 points. So two good 15-minute moves. And we're rolling. Hmm. Hmm. This thing is just crawling, but it's constantly keeping me in. Mm. Go on, we need some further movement here on this 5 minute. Ah, really good 15 minutes so far. About halfway done with it. Wow, really? There's a 4 hour manipulation. Yeah, I was gonna have a good wick on the 1 hour though. I think this is about to deliver here. Just stopped to break even on that trade. Well, that sucks. I just sat in profit for like 2 hours. Freaking wick, bro. But maybe exactly the liquidation event that we needed for our full delivery of our trade. It's really what I wanted to see on the last 4 hours. See if we can let's see right here. Yeah, verse. Because I would expect something that fast to just be manipulation. And again, we're so close to the daily fair value gap on the 1 hour. This is our London low. See if we get an IFEG here. That's what we would want to get back in. Wonder how much the down $17 from that break even. That sucks, man. Thing was up like 500 something, I think. Like, a couple of different IFEG options here. So 4 hour open is here. Big manipulation right off the jump. To me, is showing me that the market is ready to run in the opposite direction. If there's something good to aim at, and I think we have that. Now we got a 3 minute. If we get the IFEG here. Mm. I really want to see it, V shape something. I mean, this looks good so far, right? Like, but I need the impulsivity to stay with us. We want to catch that 4 hour extension, right? So 4 hour open, lower. We want it to flip back and then extend. And now we have a good opportunity of accumulation, manipulation, distribution. So 7 seconds left on this 3 minute candle. ES is going to flip it. See what ES does here. I'm going to take a little more confirmation. Let's go down for now. I'm going to make sure that I'm right. Come on, NQ. I need NQ over here to actually let me get this shown accurately. Let's look at our dealing range here. So we definitely pop back over equilibrium on both. Now we need to make sure that we hold it. All right, we want to see this 5 minute candle start to flip bullish for us. We're retapping this 3 minute IFEG right here. Not quite over this one. If we get this 5 minute to start showing, it's gonna flip. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, mm, I want to stab some before this goes inverse potentially. It's pulled back in. Yeah, just doing that. Really wanting to see the it's frustrating to leave this because I'm so confident that the daily fair value gap on NQ is going to get hit. And I know if I call it and come back in New York AM, it could potentially already be hit. And then I don't really have another draw on liquidity for another trade. But this isn't really giving me what I want. We'll let this 15-minute candle close. Look at the next one as it's starting, and we'll decide from there. We might just call it. I mean, this 15 already has this huge manipulation wick. I don't really want this one to come start trying to get down here to this low. You got 6 minutes left, like basically half the candle, so it might this may just be its lower wick, but we start coming to retest this 15-minute low, that would mean that this is not the 4-hour low, and it's likely going to want to dig lower to make the 4-hour low. We'll see how this 15-minute closes in 5 minutes. And as the next one's starting, I'll kind of make the call on whether I think I'm going to be able to get a trade to the daily fair value gap on NQ or not. Need the bulls to step in, stop playing around. You'll get that daily inefficiency. Maybe I should have just taken profits on that last trade at the high and called it a night. I like the low wick on the 15 like that. I like that it's getting bought back up. Yeah, I like this. Get that ready. New 15-minute candle starting. Really trying to be patient with the market right now, but it's just sitting there. Topped out on the manipulation wick on trade one, looking for re-entry. The draw on liquidity is still open, but it's just not setting me up. Hmm. Man, NQs. Oh, it's crawling. Alright, it's not giving me what I want. I just gotta accept it. I want everyone to remember if this daily fair value gap on NQ above us right here that gets tapped before New York AM, just know that I am very, very irritated by it. And I literally sat here for 4 hours and 35 minutes trying to wait for the move to that target. I had a pretty good trade going, stopped out off the freaking crazy wick, and it's not giving me any entry. It's really not even looking bullish at all. 4 hour open, we got the big manipulation that stopped us out. It looked like it was going to just V-shape recover and keep go. I thought this was okay. I was like, all right, well, get out, break even, catch it on, this next leg up. But now it's just chopping. It may want this, maybe this London low. There, I don't know. At some point, you gotta know when to call it. This is not gonna give it to me right now. I bet as soon as I turn this thing off, it starts turning around. I'll delete that. We didn't get a re-entry. That was our trade. Literally zero drawdown. Couple new higher highs on the 5 minute. Held through the 6 a.m. 4 hour candle open, which I really was hesitant to do. Should have listened to my gut. Stopped out. Didn't even take profit on any of this, unfortunately. Was up like 550, I think, at the max on 11 micro ES contracts. Got a good scale in actually, too. So I would have banked on this thing going to the daily fair value. Set up good, managed my risk well. Trade didn't deliver. Tried to get in on a re-entry. Just not really giving me what I want. My original stop would have been. All right, I'm calling it, guys. I really was looking for a re-entry there, but it's just not giving it to me. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Anybody that's still on, um, hope you have a good rest of your day, and I will look to catch you guys on the next